What is going on, crypto enthusiasts? Good morning, Liquidity Citadel. Good morning to all. I'm hoping you guys are enjoying some of this pump that we are seeing for ETH and some various coins that are out there, including even BTC. The question that I'm going to be asking and proposing to you is this pump going to continue, or are we going to see typically what ETH likes to do is retrace a good portion of its move? I am hedged on a short for my ETH position. The longs that we've had inside of VIP and the ones that I was sharing earlier in the week are actually coming to fruition. So we're hitting a lot of our targets. If there's any coin in particular that you want me to chart today, just leave it inside the chat and I'll be going through it. Try to keep it crypto based, if you will. Those are the ones that we're predominantly going to be looking at. We are going to be looking at some other various coins that we were marking off just yesterday, as far as some of those alarms that were going off, seeing if there's any opportunity there for us, whether it be Orca, whether it be Clo, whether it be Wild, whether it be Grass. So there's quite a few that we're going to be cover. And of course, we're going to cover USDT because it moves in contrast to ETH. So that's going to give us some determination as far as what we got. Let's dive into the charts real quick, kind of share with you what I got going on here. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What's up, Potter? Good morning. What's up, Kimberly? Good morning. I see you got Sui there. Okay, cool. So yesterday we were leaving off, we were charting like some 3-minute ideas. Our initial target was 1690. And then I believe we had a stop loss that sat right around 1701 for the hedge. That hedge position was stopped out. It doesn't change the bias in the sense of that we would have some form of a retracement back down, at least some type of reprieve before we have continuation up to the upside. From a higher time frame, let's go over to the 4-hour real quick. Our 4-hour idea was stemming saying, you know, we wanted to see what occurred here at wave B for this bat pattern. We've obviously blown right past it. Now a retest of that area is going to be quite significant. We definitely need to hold on to that area. And in my opinion, I think that we would have to hold on to that for the next couple of days. So it's going to be a real battle here. You know, are we going to see more longs entering into the market here where we are currently right now? Or is Money Man going to step in and start pushing price right back down to lower levels? Now, if we look on lower time frame, I'm going to flip back over to, let's say, like a 15-minute. We can see that we have very thin liquidity in certain areas. You know, there's thin liquidity here. Actually, let's throw on the shaved bottoms. Let's see if we can identify any of them get picked up. There is one that sits right over here, right around 1615. There's another one that sits right around 1609. This is on a 15-minute. Let's go over to a 30-minute. Let's see if we can identify. So same thing right over here, 1612, 1610 area. That was a significant area, the 1612 on a 12-hour. It's one of the targets that we were looking at yesterday that we had to reclaim, that we had to hold that area. Some of the longs that we had inside of VIP yesterday, some of you guys are privy to that. We had add backs on our longs right around 1599 down to 1584. 1597 was where I started rebuilding into that area, into that long. I did trigger a short, as I mentioned before earlier. It got stopped out. I did look for another short opportunity, and now I'm going to be looking for some add backs if that's going to work out for us. I'm going to take us over real quick to a weekly, just to give us a little bit more confluence as far as, you know, what are we looking at? What do we need to see change? And this kind of goes to what I was explaining earlier, where we need to hold for the week. This 1690.56 benchmark right over here, this dashed line that you see, that's where the setup phase changes on the weekly. And so when we're utilizing TD9 sequential, price action will go to those levels to test those levels to try to flip those areas. Now, if price action closes underneath 1690 on the weekly, then ultimately we're still inside of what's called a bullish setup phase. Just as a reminder, when I talk about bullish setup phase or bearish setup phase relating to TD9 sequential, it is going to be the opposite of what you're thinking. Meaning, bullish setup phase means you have lower lows. Bearish setup phase means you have higher highs. At the current moment right now, the setup phase that it's changing on the weekly is changing into a bearish setup phase. That's why you see the 1 right here. It's very, very small. Maybe you can see it on your side, but I'm just explaining what you see on this current candle. There's a 1. So it's flipping into a bearish setup phase. If we close underneath the 1690, then it goes back into the bullish setup phase. And this current candle on the weekly would be an 8, which means the next following week, we would be printing a 9. And in most cases, when we have 9 failures, price action will come back down to those areas. So the thinking is, if we close underneath 1690, going into next week, we're still inside of that bullish setup phase. We should see a healthy retracement back down in the following week. Now that could all change here if we hold this area, for the remainder of the week, for the next couple of days. And in the world of trading in crypto, that can seem like an eternity, but this level is the area that needs to be held going in for the remainder of the week. And then the next week we would need to go 4 back, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then next week we would need to close above 1717 inside of that area. So between 1690 and 1717, those are going to be your sweet spots if you're going to remain bullish. Like if we're going to see continuation up to the upside, and call it what it is, it would give the appearance that we bottomed at 1503, and it's up only from there. The next major target from an up thrust perspective is going to be this level right over here, which is 2369. We do have a 9 failure, so this is kind of just alluding to what I'm talking about, this area right over here. Let's turn that black so you guys can actually see it. This area right over here. So that's where price action is going to want to target over the next couple of weeks to come, if we can maintain the 1717 to 1690 area benchmark. So shorts are going to be a little bit dangerous here. Without a doubt, they're going to be dangerous here. You're going to be taking some risk in that aspect, because you want to see that you lose 1690 and then you start targeting the lower time frame shave bottoms where there's an imbalance inside of those areas. So that's what I got. Let's take a look at USDT real quick. USDT is a great example as far as the bullish setup phase. It's printing a 2 here now. Going 4 back, 1, 2, 3, 4, it would come back and revisit this area. So USDT looks like it's in this compression of this area. It's holding this uptrend trend line that's there. If we see a massive pump inside of ETH or even BTC, then there's a rotation back into crypto, rotation out of stable coins. And basically all the shorts that are starting to pile up around like 1690 inside of this benchmark for ETH, those are going to get squeezed very, very, very hard. When I start to enter into my shorts, what I'm looking at is obviously everything I just explained to you as far as my thesis on higher time frames, right? Looking at the weekly, saying, okay, well, the weekly is starting to show a set of phase change, but that set of phase change is unconfirmed because obviously we have 3 days, 10 hours left inside of this session. So that's a long time for us to hold inside of that area. So it makes sense saying, okay, well, let me go down to a lower time frame and let me start hunting for either exhaustion or sweeps, or even both in that particular case. So I'm here on an 8-minute. I'll go to a time frame that you guys probably all use, which would be like a 5-minute, because this is going to be for execution. What I'm looking at is that, okay, I see several sweeps, sweep. I can see that I'm running hot inside of this area. So from a temperature perspective, the move is strong and it's aggressive, but it needs to start cooling down if it's going to continue up to the upside. Let's go over to a 30-minute, just because it's still lower time frame. But what I'm looking for is, do I see the same type of structure in the sense of candle analysis on the slightly higher time frames? Okay, 30-minute has it. Let's go to a 1 hour. 1 hour also is running kind of hot too. It's also printing a 6 here, so that's something that we need to be paying attention to, because over the next 3 hours we could see a 7, 8, 9 that are going higher and higher. So if you're shorting, I would really treat them as scalps at best, intradays. I don't think the full swing, if we are going to swing and we're going to come back down to those levels, I don't think that's fully developed just yet. Let's go to a little bit higher time frame. Again, just checking everything out. Basically, we just filled in this fair value gap inside of this zone right over here. We can see that we're running a little warm here, not really hot in comparison to something like this. And let's turn that white for this chart. See, that's running hot. Right now we're running warm inside of this area. So when I start to see warm, it's not an invitation for me to long. It's an opportunity for me to observe and say, okay, well, is there a short that's going to come here, or are we going to flip this fair value gap and go into the buy side liquidity levels, which, if you guys recall from yesterday, we have marked right over here. That's going to be these zones right over here. So these are still on the table for the longs. That's why I'm hedged on my position. So that's a quick speed round of explaining that, in 10 minutes or less, if you will. But I'm hoping you guys understand that. And if you have questions, just let me know. I'll take a look at Sui here in just a sec. Let's keep an eye here on this 15-minute. So when we got to 16, I think it was 1669. That was our first point of what we were going to observe, and then 1690 was our next area. Although I did enter in that, there was still a mistake that I made. And the mistake that I made on my side was there was no true signs of weakness here in these areas. Although I did get a sweep at 1670, it was a good point to observe, and I did observe. Once I got this up thrust, my thinking was, okay, that was the push into the wave B. Now I need to start seeing signs of weakness. So jumping the gun on that is basically what I did, just giving full transparency. Everybody makes mistakes. I bet roughly around a 70% average. So 30% of the times I'm going to be wrong. This is one of those scenarios that I jumped the gun and I was wrong. What we're really looking for is something like this. This is what I wanted to see on lower time frames. I wanted my sweep, a push up high, then a lower high, then a lower high. So this becomes your signs of weakness. So just something for you guys to use and utilize. Again, it doesn't change the bias. It just means that your entry was wrong. Saying you had to wait for the signs of weakness first. So jumping the gun, it happens. It happens. But this is where risk management comes into play. This is where you're able to either burn positions, or even in my particular case, hedging. It allows me the opportunity to burn positions and then rebuild from there. Let's take a look at BTC real quick. I think we had some ideas for BTC. We were doing low time frame. I remember doing this with Kimberly yesterday. We were looking at low time frames. Spread out a little bit further than we anticipated. So I'm gonna go with 4, and we're gonna go with 5, and we're gonna go with 3. Yeah, so from here, we should expect on this time frame, lower time frame, probably get the ABC. It's just a matter of where A comes. So let's just assume that A is going to come down to the sell side liquidity level. Let's go ahead and get what a wave B would look like. Most likely going to be sharp. I mean, you can use the 0.32. This is the thing about wave Bs. Wave Bs and wave 4s are probably the most difficult waves to trade if you're utilizing LA wave thesis, because wave B can always go to an extension level. It can surpass where wave 5 was at, so it can cause confusion in that regard. Wave 4 can be complex, right? It can have, an ABCDE pattern, or it can be a sharp zigzag like a regular ABC, or it can be a flat ABC. So there's multiple different types of characteristics that you can find in wave 4s and inside of wave B. This is what makes them difficult. So I explain that because these fib levels, this is be a low fib level 0.32. Can it go to a 0.32 and continue to retrace? Yeah, it can. That's extremely bearish. But I really want to see, you know, a gap filled and then come back down. So my thesis would be somewhere around, take the 786. I'll leave the 764 on there. I'm actually going to take the 382 off. I'm going to take the 0.5 off. I'm going to take the 618 off just because we've already been there once before, and I really want to see what occurs inside of this area. And again, this is the assumption that wave A has not even completed just yet. That's assuming that it comes down to this level, the sell side liquidity area right over here. We don't need the negative 618. We don't need the 0.25. We're just really trying to identify where that wave B is going to go. So let's make the assumption this is A, and then we get our B somewhere right over here. I mean, and again, B can come all the way up to here. But let's just play devil's advocate. Let's say we come down here and let's identify where that C is going to go. C. Where's my extension? All right, so flat levels would be right here. And these are sharp, these are zigzag levels. So flat and then zigzag. So what we want to look for here is we want to see, are there any shaved bottoms here on a 5-minute? Because this is where essentially where we're structuring it from. And we can see right at the 65.74 area, right at this benchmark, we do have a shaved bottom here. We also have a shaved bottom here. But if we continue, we have another shaved bottom here, and we have another shaved bottom here. And there's another shaved bottom right over here with a small fair value gap that sits inside this zone. I don't know. I feel like we would see a zigzag. Let me zoom out a little bit. Do I have even more? Oh, good golly, Miss Molly. I have another one all the way down here. See, that might turn into a 135. That could turn into a 135. What I mean by that is saying, okay, well, let's say price, let me do it this way. Let's say it goes flat. For argument's sake, let's just say it goes flat. Then after you have an ABC, you're usually going to see some type of an impulse, a push up. So let's say it goes from here, but doesn't make a new high, right? And then starts coming back down. You would make the assumption that this is wave 1, and then you'd be looking for like an 88 or a 98 fib level inside this area. But let's say price continues to violate that, then a wave 1 is invalidated. And what occurs is then this becomes your 1, this was your 2, and now you're inside of a 3. And then that 3 would target these areas at minimum, right? Then you'd get your 4, and then you'll get your 5. Your 5 can be, you know, either a double bottom, which is normal for a 5, or it can come down a little bit lower. So BTC right now, let's open up those additional fibs. I think we were looking at 618, but we didn't even come down to this area, so I don't know if this A is done. Let's make the assumption, let's say this was A. I just want to throw in a 618. It's a decent fib level. It still puts me inside of there. These are already cleared, so those don't count. That puts me here. So then I can still get a zigzag if that's A. So, all right, so let's look for B. So let's set some alarms here for BTC. I want to set an alarm at 61,988. What's ETH doing? ETH is doing something somewhat similar. This thing pulls its nose up, that's ETH is gonna drop. The BTC will probably follow. So I mean, front ran a 0.5. That's a very small B. Ugh. That could get ugly. Yeah, I'll look at SUI here in just a moment, but those are some of my thoughts for BTC on lower time frame. Let me get some water real quick, guys. I'll be right back. Did we even come to 1690? We're tapping right into it. Yeah.
And I just thought that's what makes something
Oh, okay. doing that because of the law.
I know, and that's why I'm talking so much for the maybe people keep saying they get a call and I won't receive it. They got it, they left me a voicemail. You know, I just
Oh, yeah. All right, I'm back, guys. Sorry about that. Had to get my coffee. Get my coffee going. All right, while we're waiting for this develop, I'll look at some various coins. Oh, and let me back up before I go to various coins. I didn't enter into a short. I got stopped out. What should I be looking for? Very similar to what we were just discussing for BTC. You want to look for the same thing on ETH. All right, I'm constituting this as the 5th wave, so I'm waiting for that A to finish developing, and then I'll get my B, and then I'll get my C. I think Sui was one of them, so I'll go to Sui. Oh wow. Sui's been around for a while, so I know it's got data. Yeah, it's got data. I mean, longs definitely look appealing. I guess the question would be is like, where could I enter onto that? All right, so I have a scallop that's developing. That's daily. Let's go to 1 hour real quick. Actually, I'm gonna go back here to the daily. I want to mark out the scallop because that would need a hold. And where can I get in here? 71. Definitely not open to short tonight. I mean, I have buy side liquidity that sits here. It's already taken the buy side liquidity inside this zone. Uh, 3, 4, and then that gave me my 5. Okay, that makes sense. 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and then 5. So 1, 2. Maybe 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe a 5 there. Let me measure something out real quick on this. I don't like that too much. So then you're not that, you're ABC. Okay. If I can measure that out to a C, then I'm gonna constitute all this as 1. And then I'd have a 2. Yeah. The tricky part is trying to identify where one is going to be at. Yeah, I would sweep that. I'm not going to go for 7. I'm not going to leave that on there because it makes more sense to sweep that. So this is, you know, this is tricky because we don't have confirmation that this C wave is done. Let's actually throw an extension in there real quick. Let's just see if we did tap into any fib levels in particular. I feel like that's not on the wick. There you are. All right, so you went beyond flat, you went into zigzag territory. I'm gonna put a, just start with a 2. All right, so you probably went to a 1.88. Pretty close to it. Let's do 7.8. All right, so 7.8's better. I don't need you. I don't need you. And I don't need that. I don't need the 1.272. Is there a sign of weakness there? Oh, yeah, there is. Okay. All right. So now I have structure. I have the liquidity. I can see the liquidity event there because of the sweeps. It's basically just screaming it. Now execution. I'm gonna run a small little micro fib on it here. What can I get inside here? I'm gonna take off the sweeps real quick because I can't see the wicks, and I want to make sure that I get the wicks. I mean, true sign of weakness would be right around here, so I'm gonna set an alarm here. See if that gives me that. Unless this thing just decides to cascade. But I set an alarm at 74.73 for SUI. So this fib is, I'm utilizing and working with this fib here for execution. This is going to be for execution. It's going to be for execution. Even if it goes a little bit higher, these are still going to be execution levels. So I set one at the 618, relatively decent and strong fib level. Let's make the assumption that the C wave just wasn't done. Let's just play devil's advocate here. And we're going to go into extension levels just based on that small little drop it has right now on a 5-minute. So we'll set another alarm right there, which is at the 1.13 area, 75.51. Again, doesn't change the thesis. Now it's just about figuring out where that entry point is going to be. Because I'm going to constitute all this as a 1. So if you see a massive drop on it, then you know you're inside of wave 2. It might be a blind entry or maybe DCA into it, but that's how I would treat that. I've never traded SUI, so I'm not familiar with it in the sense of knowing its behaviors. There's some coins out there that are new to me that I've never traded, but I did trade them simply because I could identify them. Like close a good example, because it's down nose, sideways, up, hard dive, move sideways, up, like that. It's pretty easy to read. Yeah, so we're gonna go. We'll just do it this way for right now. I won't actually give the Elliott waves in particular, but this is kind of what we're going to be looking at, and then we'll leave that for, like that for now. We'll turn this red. Yeah, we'll go orange. Screw it. We'll thicken that up. That's how I would treat Sui. I'll post this inside of the playback section just so you have for reference later. Let's go here. Sui. I need to add from stream. I mean, it's already evident. If I'm posting in this area, it's obviously from the stream. Don't do that same. All right. All right, so 1690. Let's look at ETH real quick. You see what it's doing right now. Like if you have your weekly open and you're utilizing the indicators that I'm utilizing, TD9 sequentials, you're gonna start to notice that one is gonna fight. Remember, we're on an 8, so all of this can just be bearish retest before it has a massive drop. So we're gonna fight in this area for a little while. Either, you know, treat it as a scalp if you find that you're impatient, and it's not a knock on your characteristic. It just stating the facts that, you know, obviously our emotions and us, we can't control the market. So if you want to be in a profitable position, then you're looking at 1690. I'm like, all right, cool. I tap 1690. I'm gonna take profit there. If I come back up, I'll look for a new short, or if it goes higher, then I'll look for a new short, whatever the case may be. From these levels, I wouldn't be looking for longs, me personally, or at least add backs for my longs. If I was looking for add backs at longs, I'd want to see 1612 through 1622. I'd want to see those areas hold again. Let me put this in the stream for you guys so you guys know what I'm looking at. We're right above it. Fine. Because I had room up to 1735. All right. Setups are there. Grass. I see you, Potter. I see you. Let's look at grass. I know I had grass on here, but I don't want to change my ETH chart, so I'll change out Sui. I'm still gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. Yeah, because when I look left, I'm going from daily. Right, I still have this untapped territory over here, so I feel like grass has the potential to get into this zone, the 1.272 area. Yeah, that's where we have the alarms. That hasn't changed for me, not yet. I could be wrong. Could definitely be wrong. Nah. Massive 1 on that. Sharp. And then we'll go. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'll wait on that one. I think we set some alarms on Sui though, right? Yeah, we did. Yeah, if I miss it, I miss it. I'm not gonna blindly enter into that. Oh, I just changed my ETH chart. I didn't want to do that. All right. I need rotation of charts. Let's check on some other ones. Let's see what River was doing. The River, did you recover? Because boy, I had you like at 2 point something. Yeah, you're showing weakness too. I'm not gonna short it. I'm just gonna wait. Actually, you know what? I just caught it. I didn't even have an alarm set. Let's look left. What was over here? Yeah. I'll wait. I'll wait on River. I'll put a line here. So. Oh, thank you, baby. Thank you. With honey. With honey. Huh? No. I'll put River inside the playback section as well too. Let's go down the list. Clo. Man, what was I looking at? I was kicking myself earlier today. I must have saw something on a lower time frame. I was kicking myself like, man, I wish I had held on to my position. Same thing. Nothing's changed on Clo from yesterday. I'm still waiting for these areas. As a matter of fact, I need to move you down. 1, 2, 1, yeah, 1-7 sign. So I get an alert before it actually hits. Zora. I'm glad I got out of Zora. Zora just, geez Louise. Yo, what is up? I mean, this thing actually might become a monster, man. All-time low. This thing went from what? 14? Now it's 007. I might take a long on this. Let me look at that. Let me examine this candle. I got it on the stomach. That might be a slow build. That might be a slow build. All right, let's set some alarms here. Let's look for entry. I think Zora will perform. I think that would be a good fuel for anybody that needs an altcoin. All right, STG. How did you perform? Good. I got out on that one just in time. All right. The plan's unchanged for that. I need to move this alarm. Yeah, because I have very, very thin liquidity that sits right here. So I'd want to see a sweep, right? Sweeping this and build more liquidity. Get me into this area because there is obviously a demand that sits inside this area. So if we box it out, yep. I think I put this into yesterday's stream, but I'll update it here just so people have a little bit better visual. Yeah, that looks like it's going to be a beast. That looks like it's going to be a beast. STG. BCH. Man, I missed that one. I had entries. My alarms went off at 193. I didn't end up taking it. That's fine. I'm still gonna wait for it. I don't really have a liquidity event here. So long, well, short, then long it, and then short it. So the idea will still be there for you guys. BCH, right? What else we got? Oh, hang on, guys. I'm gonna eat.
One better.
All right, back. I need a quick bite to eat. Let's look at ETH on lower time frame here. Even lower time frame. I'm gonna go to a 13-minute. Does BTC tap into those levels? Yeah. Okay, so B wasn't done. I didn't think B was done. I feel like it's going to give us a third sweep, which will put us at 1728. I have some limits set inside this area just as an FYI. And then we get 1733. Actually, I'm going to adjust my limits to the 1.272. So I think The way that I'm reading, I feel like ETH is up to something. ETH is up to something. Yeah, sneaky bugger. You sneaky bugger. Yeah. Because 1 hour is going to print me a 9 relatively soon in the next, what, how long is that? 2.5 hours? So we got 2.5 hours of waiting. Banana. What did I say? 1733.75, 1733.35. Oh, is that 35? No, it's 75. Come on, team. It's always the moves that don't feel comfortable that always end up performing. Yeah, I flirted with that 1690 for a little bit. Back over 1700. And we went to 1688. It's doing its absolute best to hold that line. Oh wait, you went to a 0.5? Not even. You went to a 382? No. No. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. What are you doing, Saint? This is where I'm wrong. Because if I go 3 here, and then 4 here, let me take some of this other stuff off real quick. It's too big. This 5 is way too large. Yeah, that's not done. We need to figure out what this This is going to be what this 4 is going to look like. And we need to measure out where this 5 is going to go. That don't look done. Yeah, that part is... Did you have a crossover yet? Oh, you sure do. Yeah, you're not done. Damn, you're not done. It's a short term. What am I going to get myself into here? I'm shorting a wave 3 into a 4. Alright, so I need my measurements for my 3 again. I need to adjust this. That was a subwave we were using. Got it. Makes perfect sense. Okay. Let's just double check our 2. Is that where you went? No, you didn't. Pretty close. I'll use that. I'm okay with that. That's a strong wave 3. All right. I don't think I have a 2 on here. Because then, yeah, if you're 5, you need to go over here. I'm missing a 2. I need to measure this. I'm missing a 2. And the reason I need the 2 is because I need to identify what level it fell to, because it's going to move in contrast to a wave 4. So let's build this accurately. So you went to a 0.76, which is not the sharpest. I mean, just shy of a 0.76, really. I don't need the 88. This is basically where you went to. You front ran it by a couple of dollars, which is fine. So the fib zone, give me the area. So I need a 4. I'm probably going to run flat, which would hold the wave B at 1670, so just underneath it. I'm pretty sure I can find a couple shave bottoms on lower time frames, actually. Let's put that back on for a second. I get a fair value gap right over here. And then got that. Geez, that would be brutal. I would invalidate it. How do I want to do this? I'll look at both. I'll look at zigzag, and then I'll look for an A through E. I think I threw that on, but I just deleted it a minute ago. Yeah, because I wasn't signing on to that. I don't. How are you gonna go to 0.32, bro? I think you still come back up, man. I still think you come back up. Because higher time frames are pointing towards going higher. It's going to take a small break. I mean, we got some confluence that sits right here with fibs. I could still go to that level, be flat. What is that, 1642? And I think I had 1622 down to 1612. Because this was relatively sharp. It's still sharp levels. So I'm going to get into flat levels. You know, flat levels are here for a 4. I'm not going to have two sharp levels for a 2 and a 4. What I'll most likely see is I'll probably see a zigzag. Yeah. Right on the nose. That's advanced. I don't think I'm going to get an advance over there. Okay. What are you? Who are you? Where's this fib level? I just... Oh, I put you inside already? Oh, okay. I guess I did. What are you? Who are you? And who are you? And I think you're 3, right? Yeah, you're 3. Fib zone's accurate, so that puts us up somewhere over here. Okay. So let's go back to this setup here. You won't give me a you're not going to give me a full B there. There's no way you're gonna give me a full B. That actually could work. It could work. I'll come back to that later. Oh, it's an anti-shark. Yeah, I don't think it's done there. I don't think it's done there. I didn't take my sweater off. Hang on. Burning up. Oh, you're fine. I don't have a camera. Oh. No, everything else I'm waiting for all the alarms to go off. All the setups were posted inside the playback section. So just look at the entry levels and then set your alarms accordingly. Yeah, I knew it wasn't gonna hold this 0.382. There's no way it's gonna hold that 0.382. It's a weak fib. Range, expansion, range, sweep both sides. So if I'm going to target previous sessions, that would be targeting previous Asia high. Yeah, so there's confluence that sits right over there too. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Oh boy, what if that turns into a flag? That would be so juicy. Can we get a flag set up out of that? Where's your bottom come from? It's not there. That's too tight. I just wonder if I can get a flag out of that. Let's add another layer of confluence. Yep. Vertical run up, retrace at least 50% of it. 76%. It puts us at 1602. That would be absolutely bonkers if it went to, because then what are you at, 618? No, you're deeper. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. That would invalidate it. I'm not gonna have a 0.76 wave 2 and a 0.76 wave 4. I'm not gonna have that. So I'm gonna take you off. So I don't believe in that. Right, I know I have several different fibs that are on there, but what I'm showing you, or at least what I'm illustrating here, is I'm measuring different swing points. They're not all the same. And those swing points, based on those measurements, bring me to a specific area, and this is what develops the confluence. So from a mathematical perspective, you know, I have a potential wave 4 that can go to this level right over here. I have a 618, excuse me, let me move this over so it's a little bit easier to see. A 2.24 for a zigzag. And although the vertical run up is measured just like the wave 4, I'm looking at that as well too, going, okay, well, if I'm going to form a flag, these are some of the levels that it would want to get into. So how does that look? How can I get there? Can I get there like this? Well, yeah, because I got a swing point here. Maybe I can get a high and tight like that. Or more of a pennant. Sorry, it's not a high and tight, so it's more of a pennant. But then that would blow the back out of this wave 5. Doesn't have to go the full measure move. That's just where the measure move would go. Let's see, that seems too big. Just basically just gonna get a continuation pattern, which my continuation pattern would feed into my wave 5. Yeah, I like that. I'll rock with that. I'll rock with that. So when I get to 1661 inside this area, I'm just going to set an alarm to observe. I want to see what that looks like. And then from a long perspective, I really want to see what occurs inside this area right over here. Inside this box. Actually, I'll put a box on there right now. Turn that down a little bit. So that becomes my zone. You're my VRU, right? Well, I did. I took a short. If you're inside VIP, then you took the long from yesterday. So on the stream, no. You guys may have missed it out, but I know individuals like Kimberly, Sniper, Scissors. I think Potter's actually inside VIP now as well too. You can see inside the VIP setups, there was a long yesterday. For the short that I initially wanted to trigger at 1690, that one got stopped out. There was a re-entry on there. This was posted again, also inside VIP. Tape server is bugging right now. Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna look at some liquidity real quick. Yeah, remember all that we were talking about yesterday was targeting? We still have this right here, 1723 to 1738. So limits for me are going to be here. Or more so add backs. I think this would be something that'll take a little while to develop. And then once we get into the 1642 down to like 1626 area, once we get into that zone, then we can start looking at going back into longs. Because I don't think this fifth wave is done. In my opinion, I don't think it's done. I constitute all of this as a 3. And then now we're inside of a 4, which 4s are, they take both sides. So 4s are difficult. You either got to get a Pico bottom or a Pico top. So what I'm showing you here on these blue fibs inside this area, these are going to be levels that I would want to see that it starts rejecting for signs of weakness. And then we get a breakdown into our 4. But yeah, those are the limits. Those are the targets. That's what we're doing right now. Let's see what's come up on the scanner. Zama got an A grade. All right. $311. Yeah, that's not gonna work. I need to wait for that. I'm gonna add this to the list because it came up on the scanner, so there's obviously confluence that's there. Damn, I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to get back over here. Yeah, I want to see the weekly high test it if I can. If I can get into this area, then I'll probably trigger. And .285. And what was the next one? 27. 2722. Oh, so you're targeting sell side liquidity. Okay. Yeah. Huh, STG came up on a short. That's interesting. Somebody was talking about Velvet earlier. Let me save this. Let me put this inside of the server real quick, just so we can track it for later reference. Zama. Did I set an alarm? I don't think I set an alarm on Zama. I didn't. Look at me. Tripping. Alright. Now it's just kind of cast your net and wait. Just cast your net and wait. Let me see what else came up on that scanner. Oh, Zama got reduced down to... Oh, no, it's still an 8 grade. Okay. AXT... Oh, there's another one called ARM. Let's look at ARM. What do you want me to do with that? I'm good. You calling for a short on that, right? Yeah. Entry 322 through 325? Okay. Nope, you got a shakeout. Oh, but you're also developing there too. Okay. What does 4 hour look like? No, I'm not comfortable with that. No, I'm not comfortable with that. Yeah, I'm not comfortable with that. I don't like this. There's volatility. There's a move that's developing, but I don't have comfort with that, me personally. In 4 hours, no better. And then daily showing that there's bearish move that's developing. But I also have a green dot with a shakeout that sits right here in this area. So I would wait for a small little pullback. If anything, the bias is definitely short, but I'm going to wait for a pullback on that. Let's see if I can get to... let's see if I can get to this... BSL right over here. arm. We just crossed 1690. Okay. Here, look, this will be a good example. Let's see if it's showing it. All right. It's fighting right above it. Yeah, it's fighting right above it. I want to give like a live example showing how that setup phase will change. We'll wait. All right, so like I said, all the alarms are set. Now it's just about waiting. See how this thing's gonna pan out for us. I think 1 hour was still running hot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yikes. That's where you would come to try to change that settle phase. But that's in 50 minutes. That's if you've flushed down to that level. And if that were to be the case, then you really did finish at a 382. You'll flush down to this level right here and probably pull back up. Unless you're complex. I think that I was mentioning you're doing a complex. I see, I still haven't had this move up yet. Well, there's our flag if we were looking for one. It's gonna be a diagonal. This is gonna be a pain in the butt of a trade. I can already sense it. All right. Any other coins you guys want me to hop into? Oh, nice. That's what's up, Sniper. Yeah, I had to redo mine myself. Yep. As a matter of fact, we should probably go to a unique time frame here. Let's try 34. I wanted to throw on. See, there's no shaved bottoms here in the 34s. Throw a 55. Nothing on. Oh, well, there's one there on 55. And that puts me at 1612. Bro, there's no way you're gonna clear that shaved bottom. Maybe get me into that fair value gap. Knowing how ETH is, it's probably gonna take a good chunk of that. What do I have to the left of this? Yeah, where resistance was. Okay. That's the bottom of that. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna look for that. Yep. Bet. Yo, did I add Zama? Okay, I did add Zama. Bro, these alts have taken a beating. Excuse me. Well, that looks like a 2. It's already completed. I mean, front run to 88 just by a smidge. Yeah, that thing looks like it wants to take off. Yep. Oh, that thing's gonna move. Yeah, FET's gonna move. Yeah, that might be a good long there. So I hate entering on these types of chops, man. I don't like entering. I like entering on these, you know, or something like this. Like, that's my preference. So when I see these moves, you know, I just chalk it up and I'm like, okay, I missed it. Maybe I can get into a little fair value gap right there. Maybe. Yeah, that thing looks like it's gonna move. I'm gonna send an alarm here. Or what was that again? 757 inside that area. I'll pop it in there for you. Yeah, Fed looks like it's gonna move. I'm gonna wait for that because I think, what did we just look at? Was it a daily or 5 day, 2 days, something like that? Yeah. Yeah, that thing's gonna move. Or no. No, let's let's give it, I want to give it the full 88. We're gonna move back down to the full 88. I'll post this inside the server. I'm gonna give it the full 88. Yeah, I'm gonna give it the full 88. Because I still have some of this little gap over here to be cleared. And let's just make the assumption, right? Like, we got this going on right here. So my thinking is, you know, we come back down to these levels, tap, and then we can go. Wick to body. Yeah. I'll move my alarm. Actually, you know what? We're gonna set I'll just set an alarm right on that trend line. So once I start losing it, I'll come back to the start and start observing it. Like, okay, what's going on? Distribution? Really? Man. That's hella bearish, boy. They're only giving you 0.5? There's no way. You got a shaved head right here. Oh my gosh, that's inducement. Alright. Let's see if it actually is going to flip. Can you please go under so I can show what the heck I'm talking about? What's up, Mudai? Welcome back, brother. Welcome back, man. I'm glad you're here. God bless you. What country were you enlisted in? And did you have to go, or was that voluntarily? Sorry, maybe personal question. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. That's fine. I have the utmost respect for vets. Oh, nice. Nice. It was a must? Oh, wow. And forgive my ignorance, is it because you turn a certain age that you have to go? Is that something that's required, like, of all men? Or even women? I don't know. I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad nothing bad happened or anything like that, and you gave service to your country, so that's good, man. God bless you. okay. And when you finish college, you have to go. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. But like I said, I'm glad nothing bad happened to you, man. That's good. Yeah, we got some wins. We got some W's. VIP is probably being spoiled the most right now versus the streams. Some of the streams that were coming on were already inside of an entry. But being that you're back now, we do have a site that's up where we give pre-market analysis basically every day, right around like 7:30 to 8:30 a.m. So pre-market analysis, you'll see the setups that are there. There's some additional coins inside the scanner section that you can find additional coins for setups, things to be observing. And then you have the full-on terminal where you can chart literally from the site, any coin that you want. You can pull up any chart that you want that's in there. And there's some education content in there as well too for you guys. So I see the bigger W's in regards to the value that we've been able to provide the community thus so far. The Liquidity Citadel.trade. I'll put the link inside the chat for you guys. I'm just waiting for this weekly to actually just dip for a brief moment in time, so the example I've been wanting to show actually comes to fruition. It doesn't look like it wants to. You're welcome, buddy. You're welcome. Most likely what it's doing is just it's goading longs. Shorts are going to come in, it's going to do one of these and then go whoop. Watch. This is typical wave 4 behavior. Makes you want to fight the air. Just start swinging your arms like, what is going on? Yeah, no worries. Tons of info that's there for you guys. Everything's for free in that regards. Actually, everything we do is for free, to be quite honest. The only thing that's paid is coaching and our private indicators that we built. Those are the only paid things that we have within our community. Oops, sorry about that. All right, did you go under 1690? Can I please? There it is. See, look, see how the one just changed? That's what I was referring to. So there's a dogfight that's here in this area. Finally, the freaking example I've been looking for actually came. This is what we're looking for. Right, so if, you know, over the next 3 days, 8 hours, what have you, if we close above here, why did it do that? There we go. If it closes above here on the weekly, then this setup phase is going to change back to a 1, which is a bearish setup phase, which means it's going to point towards higher highs. But that doesn't mean that we're out of the woods yet. It doesn't mean that, like, okay, we're full on bullish now, we're going to Valhalla, you know, because next week rolls around, this will be 1, 2, 3, and then 4. So next week rolls around. Why does it keep changing the color? That's kind of irritating. Right, next week rolls around, we would need to see a candle, you know, open somewhere around here, push up, and whatever. If it comes in retest through the course of the week, it has to close above this level. That's what has to occur. But if we close underneath here, again, changing the colors, fantastic. If we close underneath here, then next week opens, it's going to be the same thing, which means next week's probably going to want to try to test this area. Which, what is that? 1724. So if let's just play devil's advocate here, right? If we're looking at this idea here, saying, okay, well, we have a setup, we have a structure. Let's say that we do come down over the next 3 days, we come down to these levels into a wave 4, then we roll into next week, and then we get a push up. Again, it's going to try to change the setup phase. So the longs make sense here inside of this area. Going into next week, and then the shorts make sense going into this area. Well, more right around here. But you can see the range, right? This is the range right over there. So that's what you're looking for. But we're far from out of the woods, especially if you're short right now. Like we have a lot that we need to accomplish in the sense of signs of weakness. Now we do have some downtrend going on right now, right here. I wish this would actually just stay the colors that I want. All right, you have that. That's about it. Short resistance. I'm fully prepared to see, you know, next week open, come up to here. And then come right back down again. Maybe not that high, but you get the idea. And watch, now it's going to try to flip it again. So you're going to see this number right over here. Flip flop. You're going to see a 1 over here, and you'll see the 8 right over here. You know what I'm also going to do? I'm going to set an alarm here for this level. Do I already have an alarm? No, I don't have an alarm there. There you go. Got an alarm there now. See, now we go back and look. See, now it just flipped back over to a 1. That's what I was saying. There's a dogfight that's going on here. I'm really surprised that it went to a 0.382. It went to a 0.382 and retraced down. This is just giving complex wave vibes though. Don't know why either. It works on my side. Yeah, I just refreshed the site. It's running. Let's see. A little poll for you guys. Um, 30-minute has a shaved bottom at 1610. Yep, sure does. Sure does. And I would be surprised if this thing goes that deep. Well, that sounds melodramatic. I really wouldn't be surprised, to be honest with you, because just how ETH performs. ETH has ED.
Up to you first before you talk to.
This wave B. Yeah, this wave B doesn't look like it's done. Told you, there's gonna be a dogfight here at 1690. Real dogfight. Bears are going to be favored if there's more longs that are entering into this position with tight stop losses, which will create a cascade. If you see a cascade, if we do see a cascade, then that's exactly what it is. And then the opposite is true. If we see a bunch of shorts entering into here and you see a massive squeeze up to like 1719, 1728, whatever the case may be, then that's what it is. That's going to create that complex wave. I think we're inside that complex wave. But yeah, the lower time frames can throw people off. This is why me personally, I flip between higher time frame, weekly. Like I keep my tabs open. Right, so I have weekly here, and then I have a monthly POV that's here. And then on lower time frames, I kind of just flip through here. This is basically going to be intraday setups for me. Oh man. So sorry about that. Yeah, lower time frames. Remember, lower time frames are really going to be for execution. Right, executing moves. Sure, Madai. What question do you have for me, man? They say even longing from here is like, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I think that's a lot of retail going in there. For BTC, what is BTC doing? Whoops, did not mean to do that. Yeah, we had a magic mark at 61. I think that's more residue now. I can actually change this a little bit. So you went to 0.5. Damn, technically you could be flat. Technically you could be flat. That only changes if and then you'll get your so then you'll basically have a 1, 2, and then you'll get a 3. That's if the C is done. C went right to 1.272, 61, 148. Yeah, ETH. I don't think ETH is done, man. I don't think ETH is done. And I definitely see a complex wave being developed inside that. Yeah, I mean, if you want to follow, if you want to follow me in the challenge, by all means, it's free will in that sense. I mean, part of the streams is I'm not just giving the call, I'm pointing out and giving the structure. So my strategy is relatively simple. I know I use a lot of different tools, but to simplify my strategy, it's structure, liquidity, and validation and execution. This is what I try to teach to most traders that work with me or around me, what have you. So by all means, you can follow, but that's going to be my strategy. So the first things that I will do during any one of these streams, or if you're inside VIP, you'll see how I step things out. I literally will take time to break down all my views on it in pieces. And so I'm always going to be looking at structure first. Then I wait for the liquidity event, find where I'm wrong in validation. Like I had a short at 1690, and I think it was up to like 1701 was my stop loss. And that was my structure, but I got invalidated. Again, you know, just because you get invalidated, it doesn't necessarily mean that the bias is wrong, it just means that the entry was wrong. Now the risk management aspect, I'm not pushing the button for you. So I can't guide you in the sense of, you know, how much you should be. I get asked that question quite often too. Is like, oh, how much margin should I use? What leverage should I use? I'm like, well, it depends on your situation, really. You know, if you're a full-time trader, then you know you gotta protect your capital a little bit more than the next person. If you have additional capital coming in, you might have a little bit more leniency in the sense of how much you can use, things of that nature. To join VIP, it's inside the server. It says VIP access. There's a channel in there that says VIP access. I didn't think that B was done. I didn't think that B was done. Now I can get rid of the 382 because you're annoying me. Go away, 382. Yeah, I do that inside my corner. Remember the challenge, not all of you guys have the same port that I have. So I may reach, you know, a 10K limit or may reach 3K inside of a week, and maybe you only did like 300. So there's going to be a vast differential between the two of us in the sense of port. I have capital that I can utilize, that I can replenish in the event that I start off with 1,000 and I get completely liquidated that week. I can replenish my account. So from a margin perspective, it's really contingent on the move, the structure of it, if I'm going to go into a scalp, if I'm going to go into an intraday, or if I'm building into a swing. What I'm going to provide for you is I'm going to provide for you the structure. I'm going to provide for you SLIE, structure, liquidity, and validation and execution, where I'm executing. I'm going to do probably about 90% of the workload, The other 10% is going to be your risk management. That's solely going to be based on you, brother. I'm not responsible for anybody in that regard. This is not financial advice. I'm sharing with you exactly what I'm doing. And while I appreciate you guys joining the challenge, what I don't want is I don't want to feel like I'm responsible for whether you guys lose or whether you guys win. And in most cases, when there's reverb, it's because people lose. So I don't want to be put in a position where I have to feel like I'm responsible for that. Because at the end of the day, I'm not. Your risk management is going to be solely up to you. You don't have to follow my margin. Mudai, if you go into the server and you look at VIP access, you'll see the instructions on how to join VIP. No, you shouldn't be following my margin and all that. What you should be following is what my structure is, my entry, my TPs, and then my stop losses. I'm confident to say the majority of people that do follow these challenges, we don't have the same port sizes. So if you're down to your last $1,000 and you're running a challenge, that, I mean, there's a differential between you and I right there. You're going to have to be a little bit more strict on your margin. And then you slowly build and build and build. And as your portfolio doubles. So for me, like as my portfolio doubles, right, if I go from 1,000, then I go to like, let's say 3,000, then my margins start to increase. My margins start to increase. So I may be in a $1,200 position. That could be 40% of my portfolio. Yeah, that sounds wild to some people. But if I have confidence in my structure and what I'm trading, and I have tight risk management, I can afford a loss. And the risk will warrant it better because I'm confident in my position. And if you're just getting into a position for the very first time during this challenge and you're like, well, he's going in heavy, I'm going to go in heavy, and you end up hitting a stop loss and maybe, let's say 30 or 50% of your portfolio is gone, you're going to lose an appetite to run a challenge or participate in a challenge. This is why I'm not responsible in that regard. The idea of the challenge is to help reinforce structure and the education behind it. What you should be looking for as a trader. Popping on and be like, hey, what's your entry? What's your stop loss? What's your TP? It starts to become gambling conversations, which I don't have. It's not conducive to how I teach. That's my point. Me just telling you what an entry and a TP and a stop loss is really doesn't provide anything to you as a trader. It doesn't elevate your game as a trader. It doesn't elevate you spiritually. All I'm really doing is reinforcing the greed factor, that spirit of greed that's within everybody. And I'll have no participation in going into fellowship with the enemy when it comes to that. Here. Thought process is like this, bro. I'm just a vessel at the end of the day. What I'm going to share with you is word. Blessed is the man who endures temptation. Let's stop there for a second. When people think of temptation, they think temptation has to do with something that's sexually immorality or some type of violence and things of that nature. Temptation is anything that's not, it's put into you that's not from God. That can be fear. That could be sadness. That can even be violence. That could be greed. That could be hatred. All those things are spirits of the enemy, where he simply wants to do one of three things, if not all three: kill, steal, and destroy. So blessed is the man who endures temptation. You endure, you fight it. In this particular case, if you're only asking for an entry in TPs and stop loss, you're already conditioning yourself from a greed factor. Here, I'm going to watch this guy Saint and I'm going to make money. I want him to continue to tell me what these entries and what my margin should be because I want to make more money. What does that sound like to you? Doesn't that sound like greed? That you want more? You get what you give in that particular case. And what I mean by that, I'll use Kimberly as an example. Kimberly never asked what TPs are. She never asked what entries are. She'll provide her own analysis, which her analysis are top notch. She'll ask questions in regards to, what do you think about X, Y, and Z coin? And what she's doing is she's asking for alignment. Is there alignment with someone else that has experience with trading? And she may disagree. She may agree. That's completely her choice. But my point being is that she doesn't operate from a position of greed. She operates from a position of value. Where can I provide value not only to my comrades, but also to the other individuals that I appreciate their ideas? And so for me, that's a huge compliment because I enjoy having conversations with individuals like that. I'll continue. Blessed is the man who endures temptation, for when he has been approved, he will receive the crown of life, which the Lord has promised to those who love him. Let no one say when he is tempted, I am tempted by God. For God cannot be tempted by evil, nor does he himself tempt anyone. That goes right back to my point. When we start having conversations about greed, we start going into fellowship with the enemy. That's why I don't sign on to that. That's why I stand firm on that. That's why I explain in going into further depth, like, I'm not responsible for your guys' margin in that regard. Because all you're really asking is like, how much money can you make me, Saint? But each one is tempted when he is drawn away by his own desires and enticed. Then when desire has conceived, it gives birth to sin, and sin, when it is full grown, brings forth death. So if my conversations with you are only about entry, stop losses, and I'm feeding into that greed, it may not be a sin of death, but what is going to be growing inside of you is going to be a sin that's going to mature into a sin of death. Meaning, if you start taking losses, then there's bitterness, there's contention, there's even hatred. Oh, I can't stand this guy Saint. He made me lose so much money. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. Okay, well, where did that stem from? Because you lost? Okay. How did you lose? Well, he told me to do this. He told me to do that. Okay. Where was your input on that? Where was your responsibility for that? You bypassed responsibility and went straight to temptation because you want to make money. Every action, every thought, everything that I do is led by word, man. Yes, there's a couple of those people are. Scissors. Scissors was a student of mine like 3 years ago. Sniper was also a student of mine like 3 years ago. So if you're referring to those two guys, you know, those are my brothers. Those are my brothers in arms. They're a perfect example. And not one of them, those guys in particular, not one of them ever came to me like, yo, what's your entry stop loss? I've literally had 3, 4, 5 hour conversations late nights with these guys because they're like, yo, I need to nail this. I need to figure this stuff out. And me personally, I've carved out the time. Put my kids to sleep, make my dinner, and say, yep, I'm ready. I'm here. Because that me as a vessel, that's what I would provide. But the guys that are always asking just for entry and stop loss, they're always going to get pushback from me. Because my objective here is to challenge your thought process. If I'm gone tomorrow, then what? You're going to go to the next trader that's out there and then repeat the same thing? Then maybe run the risk of losing? It's like... My purpose here is to help you guys be self-sufficient. Yeah, you can short anything. I mean, I've taken a couple of positions on some coins. I mean, Clo was a great runner for me. I had some good moves on Clo. I think this was like a week and a half ago. We were discussing it inside VIP. I mean, it was in and out, in and out. But the move was so aggressive. I was just like, yeah, I'm good with it. I'm fine. And then just close it. I think where a lot of traders start to struggle, in my opinion, from my experience working with people, is they can get an entry all day long, but they have no idea what kind of trade that they're in. They don't realize that they're in a scalp, or they don't realize that they're in an intraday, or they don't realize, you know, you got stuff to do tomorrow. You're not going to be able to manage this. The one thing that is for certain when it comes to trading is that literally every day there's going to be an opportunity. Every day there's going to be an opportunity. So when you're trading some of these other coins that are out there that are just, whether they're on the scanner or maybe one of your friends told you about them, what have you, you know, take the opportunity, then walk away. Like, all right, I'm done with you. I did that on Beat. I did that on STG. I did that on Zora. I did that on Clo. I did that on Orca. What else did I do that I got in and out? I did that on Sol. The Sol's a large cap, but it's not my everyday coin. So I got in and I got out. And that's about it thus so far. But over the last 2 weeks, I've traded ETH, Sol, Beat, River, Clo, Zora, STG, and Orca. And all profits get rotated right back into ETH setups for me. Why not BTC? Nothing against BTC. I prefer ETH. That's all. Personal preference. Yeah, that can be difficult. I've been in your shoes, man. I've been in your shoes. Learning different strategies. One of our members, Boy's a good example. You know, he's in a similar situation. And actually, Boy has been duplicating pretty well. Whether it be harmonics or Elliott waves, things of that nature. And then he incorporates a couple things that he actually enjoys, that he likes. So when you're testing strategies, like, test it for a full week. Let it just be that. So you're like, well, I want to learn how to do Elliott wave thesis because I want to be able to predict where price is going to go, and I want to learn how to use fib levels, what have you, and test it for a week. And then once you feel a little bit better on that one, then, you know, increase your position size in that sense to reinforce your confidence in that strategy. Whether it be a week or 2 weeks, what have you. But if you're going to be good at anything, you can be a professional balloon maker. You got to do something for at least 10,000 hours. To be considered an expert at anything in life, you got to do it for at least 10,000 hours. And when I make that statement to most people, either they don't have the time or that blows right over their head. Or like, yeah, I can't do this for 10,000 hours. I'm like, then you'll never be an expert at it. You'll always be a gambler. And I've literally seen people do this for 10,000 hours and still lose. It's good. I'm not laughing at them. I'm laughing at the idea that some individuals just become so stubborn that they refuse to make changes. Trading will show you exactly who you are on a day-to-day basis. And one of the secret sauces for me when it comes to trading is I'm always going to be a student. I'm always pushing myself to learn. What did I miss? What could I have gotten better at? What have you? If you're not taking that approach, I don't know what to tell you, my friend. Yeah. Gus is a good example. Gus has his own corner. Gus, started off very similar in that sense. Developing his own strategy, and he's evolved to a point where he's, designing his own indicators that reinforce his own strategy. But that's a guy that's, constantly looking for ways to improve on his trading. So it just supports what I said. Remaining a student in this is going to be your edge. Once you get to a point where you feel like and you think you know everything, that's when pride comes into the heart and destruction follows shortly after. As a matter of fact, I think it's Proverbs 18. If my memory serves me correct. Or is it 20? Damn, I'm good. I got that one from memory. That's what's up. Proverbs 18, verse 12. Before destruction, the heart of a man is haughty, and before honor is humility. Haughty is another form of arrogance. If you humble yourself to remain a student, you'll find the way. You'll find the way. One little bit of advice that I can give you, Satan, is this. It's vocabulary. Vocabulary is connected to your belief system. And we use these words all the time that we're conditioned in society to use them. But the word trying, in the context of pushing yourself, right? In that context, the word trying is successfully failing. You replace and remove the word trying with doing, I will, you'll start to expand. I will get this strategy. I will nail this down. I will lose and I will win. No, I'm trying to win. I'm trying not to lose. It's just the approach. It's that mindset. So just remove trying from your vocabulary. You'll be good. That's a start. There you go. There you go. That's how it starts. Just starts with vocabulary. Always starts with vocabulary. One of the most basic things that you can start with is support and resistance. I think that gets overlooked a lot. And in crypto it can be difficult because you could have multiple different levels of support, but if I'm mapping anything out and I'm trying to get better at trading, you know, I'm sticking to a weekly to maybe a daily time frame. I'm just sticking with those until I've mastered something. The reason being is because your higher time frame is going to give you the better data. And then once you start pinpointing those and you're like, okay, it's tested this area, I've got this part down packed, then you start floating down to lower time frames, like 4 hours and 1 hours, and start developing the habit of like, where would I execute at? And then once those levels start getting tested and, you know, you start seeing results in that, then you've given yourself the opportunity to go down to lower time frames for execution. Identifying liquidity sweeps, things like that. Range on 4 hour, yeah, I figured that would be. And you're showing bullish in there. Okay. Can I see this on 89? Yeah, you know what? Let's look at this on 89. Where'd you go? There you are. Yep. Just waiting for ETH to just do one of. I need to lock this. Let's try that again, Saint. I think this is the area that you were just talking about. Yeah, that shaved bottom there. You can see it on 30. You can see it on 13. So it's got some importance. And 1612 was an area, I think, on a 12-hour we were looking at just yesterday. Let's go over to a 12-hour real quick. Yeah, I needed to reclaim it to get my 1 for my setup phase. Now I'm printing my 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. So probably not next 12 hours. So that'll be 1. So 1, 2, 3, and then 4. So probably by, today's Thursday. So probably by Saturday. By Saturday, we'll probably test this. That's that 13-minute over here. That shaved bottom. We probably won't test that until Saturday. If it came earlier, that would be shocking in that sense, because then that's pretty darn aggressive from a bearish perspective. So all of this move, you know, that I'm looking at, all of this or any of these to play out, I'm looking for these to play out going in through the next 3 days. You know, move to the upside and then move to the downside within 3 days. And then this move right over here, if it gives, I'm looking for all of this the start of next week. And then down again, and then we'll make decisions and see what it looks like from there. But 4-hour DMI, yeah, that's basically just getting started. And there's no sell dot that's printed here yet. Most likely what's going to occur here, you're going to see a sell dot, but then you're going to see something like this. You'll get a sell dot, then a green dot, then another sell dot, then another green dot. We're most likely going to get that. So they're going to start squeezing shorts all together. So if you are short, then you're treating them as scalps. Your swing would most likely come from these levels that I was explaining earlier, up through here. Right now you can just kind of get an intraday into here, maybe get something here, and you're gonna come right back. You'll get round tripped if you're short from here. So if you see a dip like this and it starts pulling back up, you get like this V formation. That's an invitation to exit. You can run the risk and hedge it, and then see if we can get a push into here. So then you protect it and then wait for it to come back down again. Those are all the options, all the options. Be right back. Yeah, they're gonna start squeezing all these shorts that are entering here. That's why they opened up with manipulation right there. It's gonna squeeze both sides. Are you in love with that 0.5? Yes, you are. I feel like we mapped out a C, but where is it? Maybe we didn't. All right. That's the first stop. You know, I think I can actually get a pattern that way too. Yeah, I think I can find that. It's lower time frame. But I'll probably go from this pivot. See, that won't work. That works. So then the way that's going to be set up, ooh, that'd be actually really cool. And that's still playing into the 4. Okay. Okay. So then where's my 2 though? Oh, there it is. You retarded saint. Let's see, that looks a little bit too aggressive. I need my 5 to be here. That's too short. I can dig it. Which that would mean you wouldn't complete there. Saturday. going into next week. Okay. Damn, we're probably gonna be even bigger. Mm-mm. Okay, cool. Oof. Well, no. Well, yeah, I can go that way. Yeah, I can go that way. Oh my gosh. Bro, a flag into a reversal? Oh man. People are gonna jump up buildings. Yep. Bro, you're gonna mess with my bat, aren't you? Yep. So how do I get there bearish? It's what you had earlier, Saint. But I think you can redo that. There was another one that I was looking at. I don't know where it went. I think maybe I deleted it. Oh, here you are. There you are. Hmm. Damn, bro, that brings you right back down to this area. Sure the heck does. Well, that's going to be a nasty shark pattern that develops. Yeah, I'm definitely going to want to see that happen. I want to see the bounce in the side of there, and then a nice short here. I think the targets are good. I feel like the targets are good. BTC, I think the ABC was on BTC. Oh, yeah, the one I was thinking about earlier. Yeah. I don't think I actually put a physical ABC here. Yeah, we probably maybe just fill that fair value gap and then stretch into this 1624 through 610. Like, I would still build inside this area. Even if it came down to this zone, I would have ads. And then we're going to long it into this. And then we're going to short that. And then we'll get our A, we'll get our B, and then we'll get our C. Yeah, because I think I found a 5 count. Did I delete it? There it is, okay. Yeah. You need to be a setup on your own. You need to be set up on your own. I'm thinking we flag into a wave 5, and then the wave 5 gives us a price reversal zone, and then for the remainder of the month of July, we're going to come back down, and we're going to test if we really did bottom or not. Because July has had no test to the downside yet. We can see it right over here. There's no real test that has occurred as of yet. Weekly still flirting with that stupid line. I'm telling you, there's just gonna be a dogfight here. Okay, everything's labeled. Everything lines up. What is this? Why do I have you there? Are you a resistance? Yeah, you're a resistance. That's what I was looking at. Yeah, a resistance inside the fair value gap. I'll add you into here. That's fine. I'm just trying to clean up my charts a little bit. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, 3. So we're inside of 4. How complex does this thing want to get? What are you doing here, buddy? All right. You're finding your ridiculous support here. Can't stand you, USDT. I really can't stand you. Bro, USDT has straight up been pumping since December of 2024. Oh, but saying we hit all-time highs. Yeah, on the correction. Okay, didn't make a lower high. I mean a lower low. Okay, cool. We don't want to go from there. No problem. August 2025. For basically 1 full year, it has just been pumping. Oh, and look, it continues to pump. It hasn't stopped. Can't stand USDT sometimes. You are not alone. I despise it too. You should hear me in my house every now and then. I'm like, I don't cuss, but boy, oh boy, fight not to. Just cuss it out. Oh yeah, good reminder. Yeah, it's a good reminder. Actually, really good reminder. Today's your Friday. Y'all got plans for the 4th? Obviously, to those that are going to be celebrating it. I'll put some labels on here for individuals. I'll increase that. Nope. Does this make sense to you guys? Yes, no, maybe so. I'm not even gonna go there. I'm just gonna use these two for right now. What I'll do is I'll throw this into the playback section, and then what I'll do is after the stream is I'll go into VIP and I'll break it down how you guys know how I break it down. I'll peel back each layer so you guys are like, okay, this is the map. This is what we're looking at. These are the pieces to that map. Yeah, I'll pull Soul here in a second for you, brother. Two-month holiday? Oh, bless your heart. Good luck. Good luck. Let me throw this into the playback section real quick. What do we have for ETH? I know ETH is in here. Where the heck did I put it? There you are. What did you ask? You asked for souls, right? Soul, I have a feeling the same as ETH, but still in a massive long on it. Yeah, I got you. Before I do that, I just want to do one more thing. I just want to double check something on my work. Okay. Yep. Compression. Swing me into here. So let's push you out a little bit. And I'm going to use all of this. Get down there. Thank you. So that gets me into the compression. Did I catch the bottom of that? There's the bottom. Okay. All right, let's lock that down. Let's lock everything down. First, let's clear this because, yeah. All right, lock you down. Lock you down. What is this? Oh yeah, this is our long from back the other day. Okay, I don't need that anymore. Fib channel, I'll come back to that later. And then I'm gonna play around with this. So I need to move you up. You're the main baby. You're running into to feed into the 4-hour setup. And then you're going to be triggered right after this is done. So you'll be my next viewpoint. Okay. No, that's wrong. You come next, then you're gonna finish. Okay. Yeah. You're gonna come last. I had you right the first time. All right, big dog. What did you want? You wanted soul? I got you. Yeah, it's the same idea from yesterday. Except I didn't get a... Did I get a C yet? Oh, I haven't gotten a C yet. So I'm getting real close to that C. I think I have an alarm set for it. Yeah, I have an alarm set for it right around the 86. So like 87. I mean, and this could very well be C. To be quite honest with you, that could be C. Right? But I'm going to be looking for the long right around here. So actually I'm going to set an alarm on that for soul. I don't know, I didn't have an alarm there. Yeah, I'm going to set an alarm for there. And that was the setup that I had for soul. Right, because you got a 5-wave completion right over here. One, two, three, 4, and then that's our 5th. Now we have the ABC, which all this would constitute as a impulse 1. We just don't know if that impulse 1 is done or if it's going to come over here. But then it's going to retrace here to this area. So I would keep an eye on, you know, where we are currently right now, 80 up to about 87. The 7 pip differential, but, you know, considering we run high leverage, things like that, that could put a little stress. So I'd be looking at that, and then I'm looking for it to come back and revisit these areas. Similar to ETH, right? Similar to ETH. And then we run this gamut, come back and revisit again, and then I'll be done. That's how I'm viewing it right now. I'll throw this in VIP for you just so you have for reference. And I'll tag you in it. And then you could just kind of mark out the levels that I have marked too. Yeah, all we're doing is we're highly compressed inside this area. Super compressed. So it's, for lack of better terminology, like price is going to try to wiggle out of this area. And I think the wiggle is going to be to the upside, right? I think it would have a wiggle, right? Because you can see the zones that we're in right now, right? These are compression zones. This is still a little bit more compression, but you'll see that it frees up a little bit. So this is like in the next 3 hours or so. So we'll probably get to somewhere right around here, and then we'll wiggle into this. Maybe move sideways a little bit, and then you'll start to see the bigger drops. Right, something like that. Lower time frame. Because I think we get a flag development into 4. That's how I think 4 is going to perform. Because 4 looks like it wants to be a diagonal characteristic, right? And that diagonal runs into what looks like a wedge if you're going to utilize patterns. So you're going to see that ABCE. Well, you get the idea. I did that wrong. That's what I think it looks like. ETH, specific with ETH. And this zone is not until the 3rd, which is tomorrow. Watch London just be spiteful and just want to dump the market because New York is closed tomorrow. It's like, take that right before the football match. Right, because I think they play them this weekend, right? So, might see something crazy like that. This fib zone will change over time. So what I can do for us is I can hard input it. Which looks like that. Oh, you broke it. Nice. Okay, so where does that take you? Ah, and you're bouncing off of it. What happens if I move you? I'm gonna get rid of this. As a matter of fact, I'm just gonna delete that. I no longer want that. Yeah, straight compression here. We won't see actual like real healthy movement until I was saying like Saturday maybe. I think Saturday might be a mover. Just based on fib zones. But now let's take off that fib zone for a second. I don't need this anymore. You can go away. Oh, I have 2 fib zones set up. Derp derp. That's from this zone over here, which is showing that. That's fine. Derp, derp. So a good portion, right? We had a downslide, right? Created this void inside here. So all of this has filled all of that. Sure, there's a little bit more room over here, but there's somewhat of a balance inside over here. All this, nothing really balancing. This was balancing this. And now all this move is balancing this. So now let's look at it. If it's going to balance itself, then that would warrant and we still got this space. That's concerning, because then a lot of the count is going to be invalidated. I mean, I can come all the way down to here and be fine, but it's when I start closing underneath here inside this area, I'm in trouble count wise. My flag would become invalidated, so I can't get a flag out of that. Then I'm like literally like holding on to straws here. I'm like, well, I need a wave forward to close above that wave one. I lose that, then this thing goes night night. I'll never see this. Like I said, we'll be here for a little while. We'll be here for a couple days. The vertical lines are fib zones. So it's like a Fibonacci retracement, but it's moving vertically. So within each zone, they represent a certain amount of pressure and compression and swings, if you will. So as the zones become larger and larger and larger, the moves inside of them become larger. So an example would be this fib zone that we utilize right over here. All right, we're marking from this area to here, so you can see compression. That's why it's so tight, real tight. But as you get into the next zone, this zone is a little bit wider from this area to right over here. So then the move down gets a little bit more aggressive, still inside this compression. So 0 through 2, all the way to 3, these are more compression. And then once you break into a 3, that's when you start to see the bigger moves. Then you get into a 5, boom, then you see bigger moves. And then as you get into bigger zones, the moves become larger. And that it doesn't indicate which direction it's going to go. It's just showing you that you're going to have bigger moves inside those areas. So that's that zone. Here's another zone that we're marking from where we are right now, which shows that we're in a form of compression. So like the bigger zones, if I'm going to line them up for confluence, let's just turn this one, I don't know, let's just go with yellow. See, this bigger zone is 8, which runs into this 8. So that's not until tomorrow, around like 4 o'clock, something like that. There's a full breakdown inside the resource section for fib zones. Actually, you know what? Let me double check. I might be wrong on that one. Maybe I haven't placed that in there. Actually, I stand corrected. I don't have that in there. I'll add fib zones to the fib levels educational forum, so it'll be in there for you. I'll work on that later today. You just chill for the weekend. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. It's not a bad play. I mean, you've been killing it on several different coins, brother. So that's good. You know, wrap up your week with a W. Be ready for next week. Enjoy the family. Lord knows that's so precious. Contingent on what happens today, I may or may not stream next week. I don't know. So just a heads up to you guys. For those that are in the server, in the community, you got people like Scissors, Gus, VSA, Sniper, Boy, Kimberly, all these individuals that can help guide you. I may be AFK next week. I don't know. I'll know later today. Some of you guys know what I got going on here. Not that it's anyone's business or concern, but I'm just letting you guys know, like, yo, Saint's not streaming this week yet. Saint's got some real life stuff he has to deal with. I want to just open this up. Can we just do that? Yeah. Nah, let's just keep it the way you had it, Saint. Same difference. Oh, for the love of Pete. Make a decision. Squeeze him here or squeeze him here. Pick one. Pick your poison. What are you doing, USDT? Besides giving us brain rot. Huh! Bro. Look at the dynamic right smack in the middle of that. Yeah. That's just another layer. That's just another layer. I should go play the lotto. Couldn't do that twice if I wanted to. Yep. That lines up. Let's go with a shorter one. Volume area low lines up. Now put them all together. What do you have? A hot mess. Bro. This area is like literally screaming at us. That whole area is screaming at us. And let me guess, I got a fair value gap that sits somewhere around there. Yeah, I got a fair value gap that sits right in there. Literally just screaming at us, guys. Look at that dynamic right in the middle of that, bro. 2.89 million. What else do we have down to the downside? And what we got? Small amount here, 1.2. We got 1.4 here. 1.3 over here. Yeah, I like these a little bit more. Just screaming at us. Just screaming. Gotta be patient here. Gotta be patient. This is literally telling you to be patient. And again, you know, it all points to the characteristic of what this wave 4 is going to look like. I think it's going to be complex. It'll be a complex wave 4. I don't think we're going to get a straight shot to a zigzag. We're probably most likely going to see like something like this, where you have wave traders, you know, such as myself, and we're like, all right, cool, we ran flat. It'll go like this, and then it'll come right back down, and then it'll do this again, and then it'll come right back down. This is a complex wave. It literally takes both sides. So unless you had an entry over here, or you can stomach, you know, entering from here and then waiting for something like this, whatever the case may be, like that's your best opportunity. But this area right over here, I like it. I like it a lot. You're welcome. No problem. No problem explaining. Take out the profits and enjoy the fireworks. Yeah, don't blow your fingers up. Or your face. All right. So I got a couple minutes with you guys. You know, if there's any coins you want me to cover, you know, before we disengage here. Typically running these streams about 4 hours or so, which I think is a healthy time. I can answer any last minute questions or uncertainties, things of that nature, if you want me to dive into anything. Where's the refresh button on this? No, I'm not doing that because I don't want to reset my entire thing the way I don't want it. I'll just leave it the way it is. What is this? 1710? Yeah, 1710. It's 1703 now. Damn, what did that go to? 3.1? Oh, okay. 2.4, well, the volume is decreasing. Let's look at market pressure engine real quick. Yeah, you're peaking out. Mind you, 13 minute. Mind you, it's 13 minute. But I'm starting to peak out right there. That coincides with the volume that I'm looking at. Okay. They longed 1688. Yeah, they sure did. Oh my gosh. 25. Yeah, that's high degens in there. High degens in there. 25 mil. Who shorted what? Oh, so there's low leverage that sits here. It's only 721 is 25 Xers. 102, 8.5 million. Yeah, but right over here, there's 25 mil that sits here. So about 70 mil that sits there. What's at the level? 1642? Yep. $165 mil that sits there. Take and then take. Take and then take. This is why we keep going down so aggressively, man. I mean, I get it. I enjoyed the pump. I'm not disputing that. It's just they just keep aping in and just creating all this liquidity here, and it just becomes a free grab, and make it so easy for bears. They make it way too easy for bears. Anybody watching House of Dragon? New season? Episode 1, massive drama. I won't give anybody spoilers if anybody hasn't watched it yet, but it's good, man. It's starting off good the way I like it. I mean, some of the characters, I just wish they would like just get out of this melodramatic role that they keep playing, but I think they do that on purpose. So when they become fierce, you're like, finally, you grew a spine. Damn, and that actually, when I look at this on a 3-minute, this actually erases the entire move. Oh, wow, you're already cooling down from here? Yikes. Yeah, you're hungry for this. I know you are. To see, like, all this right here, like, if we're going here, we fill in this gap. Solid retest, in my opinion. That 3-minute running on a cooldown, looks like they're ready to pop on somebody. This is on the lower time frame. That's pretty bullish. That's why those guys were long in that, because you had a massive heat up, and you started to cool down, massive cooldown, and you're still running cool. So we'll probably heat up somewhere inside of these levels. Well, let me do it this way. $88 would make the most sense. What are you doing here? Oh, are you gonna give me a diving board? Huh. Quite possible. So where's my spring? I need a spring. Into my plunge. Yep. Maybe it may not even come back here first. It may just go straight here and then come down. And then from there, you need a V shape, a plunge, and then you need this, but you'll come back and revisit this. If it goes for a second plunge, you do not relong that. You do not relong that. For that move to work, you need the V shape, retest, maybe move sideways, and then advance. 71% of the time it'll test the bottom of the board. But this looks like a diving board setup. We'll get a spring and then we'll get this. Which feeds into everything that we've been mapping out. Yeah, that looks like a diving board being set up there. All right, here's your Olympian, or your swimmer. They climb the stairs. They get on the platform, and now they're moving, and they're moving, and they're bouncing, and then they have that one big bounce before they head towards the water. That's your diving board. A 3-minute cooldown, but 15 is showing a 13. One moment, please. Where did we have a 9? So we had a 9 failure. Right down here, warrants all this. Ran hot, 15-minute, showing a 13 on lead of phase, so showing that this trend is running into an exhaustion. So the way that I would handle this is kind of similar to what I was looking at here on a 3-minute. Yes, we have a cooldown, but mind you, it's just a lower time frame. So if I can get this move, if I can get a push into this right over here. Let me back up. Let me just focus on that. If I can get a push into this level, then for me, I would start triggering my shorts, because when I go back over to that 15, this trend is running to exhaustion. So I may get a push over here, but volume doesn't match that, which essentially is going to point towards an exit. And then once that occurs, because the volume doesn't match it, you'll see a big push down to the downside, also known as a throwdown. Which then going back over to the 13-minute, that's kind of what I'm looking at here. The spring, boop, and then the plunge. So all those longs, I think there's 25 million, but all heavy leverage, 100xers. Their stops will get pushed, or they've just exit, whatever. And then once you see that, it creates a cascade. Selling pressure, selling pressure, selling pressure. So that's how I would interpret that, right? Looking at 15 saying, okay, well, this trend is running to an exhaustion. Just because it's running to exhaustion doesn't necessarily mean that it's fully exhausted. You could still see a move up to these areas and then it comes down. So we're approaching that area in the lower time frame. 3-minute, giving me the cooldown inside of this area. Same thing I was saying before. It's just, you got kind of just know your patterns, or at least familiarize yourself with those patterns and say, okay, well, this looks like a perfect diving board setup. I need to wait for the spring. Once I get the spring, that's going to work with the low volume idea with a move to the upside. That hopefully that makes sense. That's how I would work it. Okay, cool. You're welcome, brother. And if I get, you know, some mixed signals, then I'm just gonna float up to like, you know, 30-minute. I'm gonna go to like a 55-minute. I'm like, what the heck's going on over here? I mean, there's a 1 that's printing on that lead up phase here on the higher time frame. So remember, higher time frames, better data. There's a 1 that's printing here. That was an 8 on an 89-minute. That's an 8, right? Yeah, that's an 8. That printed. And it's running pretty darn hot. I think 4 hours shows something very similar. Yeah. 4 hours showing something very similar. Yeah, DMI on 4 hour. Looking very, very bullish. Really just want to see that it takes a small little cooldown. Kind of peaks out. Not that high. Jeez, don't do that. Kind of just peaks out right here. Holds the baseline. Runs flat. Lets momentum kind of catch up with it. Right there. And then it goes for another move. So all of the move down to the downside that we're looking at on a 13-minute isn't necessarily like super bearish. It's just saying, okay, well, bulls are just taking a break. You know, they're going to take a nice long pause, and that gets us to this area right over here. All right. Good question though. Thank you. All right, my friends. That's going to be my time for me today. Solid 4 hours, as I mentioned. Great questions today. Plenty of setups inside of the playback section. You know, if you're catching this a little bit later, if you're not part of our community, which is 100% free, all the setups that you've seen me go over today are all listed inside of the playback section. Everybody that's verified has access to those. I put a nice little note for you guys letting you know how I'm going to be handling those once my alarms are set. Then I start observing. I have not set limits for any of these that I've started charting. These are the ideas saying, okay, once I get to this level, I need to start making my assessment. I think there's a little bit over 10 different coins that we've charted today as far as different setups. I stick to roughly around 4. I'm not going to be trading all 10 of them. So it's really a first come, first serve in the sense of positions. Once they start to give that type of momentum based on what we're looking at, then I'll start triggering from there. When I do start triggering, I'll be going into the server and letting you guys like, hey, I'm entered. This is where I'm at. This is what I'm doing. Outside of that, thank you so much for being here, spending this time with me. I truly do enjoy it. As I mentioned before, the questions are great, and I'm hoping that you guys learn something and be able to walk away from this. If you're ever so kind, please leave a like on the stream, on the video. Leave a comment in the comment section. Definitely helps the channel altogether, helps the channel grow, and it's a big compliment to me, and it's a big thanks to me. So I appreciate that if you have the opportunity to do so. Other than that, God bless you. Be safe. Be profitable. I'll catch you guys.